words to, tell our harsh opinions to Kohli in the comment section, okay, right, on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, channels you're watching Virat Kohli, right? So we have all been bullies sometime. I really don't think, nobody is an exception here, because when you are posting online, it's just a matter of few, keystrokes. It takes away the nuances of communication. If Virat Kohli stands in front of you, if you get lucky, and Virat Kohli is there right in front of you after scoring a duck, probably you would be the nicest person possible in front of him, because, one is you are probably starstruck because Kohli is standing in front of you. Another thing is the human nuances, no? There are lot of nuances to human communication. When somebody is right in front of you, it's a very different ball game, right? But when it comes to the comment section of a social media application, it's just some keystrokes. What is going to happen if I put out my wrath here? Sometimes we don't think. Someday it is some celebrity, someday it is some sports star, and sometimes it can become your peers also. And that's disastrous, Your classmates, you make comments about something your classmates have posted, or some discussion goes on about your friend on the WhatsApp group without the friend being there, right? So all this, if you are talking harshly about someone, if you are hurting somebody's sentiments, you're probably a bully, right? So I would urge that, we should be buddies and not bullies, right? And especially online, you can easily become a bully without your notice, right? So just be watchful about what you talk about a certain set of people or a certain event, or what you post on your WhatsApp groups, right? So rumors, gossiping, lies, name calling, mean words, we have all seen this online, right? So we just have to understand that bullying has a real impact on the mental health of the victim, right? Whoever is at the receiving end, he has not only short-term impact, of course he would be distressed, upset the moment he sees it, but it has long-term impact on their mental and physical health. So we need to be careful about what we talk about other people and other events and, anybody online. Also, we have all seen how fake news can, be disastrous during COVID, for example, A lot of people were not taking COVID vaccines because of all the fake news that gets peddled on the internet, right? And how elections are influenced by a certain set of players, right? So these tech giants and these social media companies wield a lot of power, right? And they can influence our ways of thinking and behaving. So your sense of, a certain concept can get easily influenced by what you keep seeing on the internet, right? And if it is fake news, if you keep seeing fake news repeatedly, your actions get different, right? Be it, say, how you vote, or what health choices you make, what products you use, all that can get influenced, right? So we just have to be aware that we don't become puppets, in the hands of some, people with ulterior motives and mostly profits in mind, right? Because all companies want to make profits. So, and gaming, I think nobody here, I think, can confidently say that they don't play games. In one or the other form, we all play games on our phones, online, on our laptops or desktops, whatever, right? So, but we have to be careful that it takes away a lot of your time, okay? And also, many times it can become an escape from reality for people who have difficulty, say, socializing, or who feel lonely. It can become a fantasy, that fantasy of a video game can become an escape from reality. And when you are not in touch with reality, you can't really do a lot of things, right? As a student, you want to do a certain set of things and achieve a certain set of things. If you're not in touch with reality, you can't really accomplish those goals. So we need to be aware that, you know, games can be really harmful to us. So don't play with your life, right? We have to put certain restrictions about how much time we spend playing games. So of course, not all gaming is bad. I'm not saying that, okay? All of these things may be sounding too alarming, but what I'm trying to impress upon is the impact it has on your mental and physical health, and how you need to be aware of how much time you are spending on these things and what you are doing online, and put restrictions. Another problem is pornography. So you may have seen such bike stunts, no, online. So the font may not be very visible, so I'll read it out for you. So every ad like this will have a disclaimer in the, you know, bottom section. Stunts performed by trained professionals and under controlled environment, please do not imitate. Next is, products shown are for illustration purposes only and may not be an exact representation of the product. Actual colors, accessories may vary, right? I think these comments that are put as disclaimers, it applies to pornography too. So pornography is fiction, all right? But lot of young people don't think like that, because there is no guidance, you know, you know, there is no manual where you can read and understand about what's actually happening, right? So what's shown in pornography is very unrealistic, right? Human sexual relationship, real physical intimacy and human sexual relationship is way different than what is displayed in pornography. There is no sense of consent in pornography. That is another huge problem, right? So any meaningful physical intimacy has to have consent, whereas pornography, you watch any pornographic video, you know that there is absolutely no sense of consent, right? And whatever depictions are there, they are too far-fetched from reality. So real relationships are not like that. Also, healthy and fulfilling sexual intimacy happens only in the background of a good relationship. Otherwise, such overtures can have harmful impact on your mind and your body, right? So we all need to be aware of this, because, you know, you Google anything, you would find a link to go to a pornography site these days. It's so bad situation, you know. So there are spams and all sort of stuff. Even if you don't want to watch, the easy access is there. So be careful, and also remember that pornography is not real. Pornography is fiction, you know. So I always tell this, you know, maybe I'm repeating myself for people who have already heard this. Of course, a large chunk of students have not heard of this. Say Salman Khan, you know, jumps from an aeroplane without a parachute and lands on his feet, okay? That doesn't mean you should try it at home, right? So that's a movie, right? And the real world, real relationships are way different than what is being shown on TV or the internet. So with all this, you know, all these things I told about devices and digital technologies and social media, they have mental health costs. So there is enough research to show that people who spend a lot of screen time, you know, young people who spend a lot of screen time have higher rates of anxiety and depression. You know, this is a study published in a reputed journal. Young people who spend 7 hours or more a day on screens are more than twice as likely to be diagnosed with depression or anxiety than those who use screens for an hour a day, right? We have also done some research in our university where, you know, we saw that a lot of students had, you know, usage patterns which can be defined as addictive. Facebook addiction, we did research on Facebook addiction, and loneliness was a big factor which influenced, higher usage of social media applications. So maybe, socialize in a healthy way, right? So join some groups, join some clubs that are there in the college, whatever interests you, and socializing in a healthy way maybe will keep you away from excessive screen time, right? That's one thing that we all should try. So the other part of the lecture is how to be in control of digital technologies. So all this time I was warning you about the harms, right? So what you can do on an individual basis to manage these digital technologies. Ask yourself these 3 questions every time you take your phone out, okay? So every time you automatically take your phone out, right? Ask yourself these questions. What for? What do I want to do on my phone right now? Or what do I want to do on my tablet or iPad or laptop? Why now? Why is it that I want to do it right now? Like for example, you wake up at 6:30 in the morning, watching Instagram reels. Do you really think that's the right thing to do at 6:30 a.m. in the morning? You should probably, go for your daily ablutions, right? So that's a priority at that time. So what else? What else can I do at this time, right? So if you are thinking of opening, say, some social media application, is there anything else which is far more important to me right now, far more meaningful for me right now? Huh? Because a lot of us act like zombies, we don't even know when we have opened and when we start scrolling. Just think, every time you have opened your phone and watched something, at the end of that session, ask yourself, what did you see? What was entertaining? What did you learn? Or what was the most meaningful thing that you did in that 1 hour period, or in that 2 hours period, or maybe more, right? A lot of us wouldn't even know what we have done for that period. We become automatons, like working on autopilot, you're just scrolling. We don't even know what we are doing online, on the screens sometimes. So just ask yourself these 3 questions. Maybe it will cut down the usage of devices. Also limit interruptions. Whoever has found out this bubbles, notification bubbles at the corner of the application, he should be given an Ig Nobel Prize, because it's like an itch, you see the bubble, you can't control the itch to open the app. You have to open it and clear off all the bubbles. Even if it does not have any sense, sometimes we open just to clear those bubbles. I'm sure many of you have done it, right? So it's a wonderful idea, but not very noble, I think, whatever invention is this. So you limit interruptions as much as possible, limit notifications. So there are ways in which you can stop notification bubbles for certain applications. Don't have notification bubbles for your social media applications, because I tell you, if you have these bubbles, no human being can stop himself from opening the app and clearing that bubbles. It's such a great idea, okay, but it eats away a lot of our precious time. So just think about it. And also mute notifications, as I told. So there are ways in which you can mute notifications for certain groups which are not very useful. Maybe your class group, yes, something important is being posted, every hour or every few hours, and it's important that you see that. Maybe keep notifications for that. But for the rest of the things, you can always limit notifications. Also, as I told you, we don't even know when we have taken our phone, and with Touch ID or Face ID or Face Unlock, you are into the phone. It's so automatic, right? But how you can change a habit is by putting barriers to that automatic behavior. So a very good barrier is creating a custom alphanumeric passport, right? You should have numbers and alphabets, maybe some capital letters in between, so that when you start typing, you have an opportunity to ask those questions. What for? Why now? What else? Right? So the questions that I showed in the previous slide, you should have some seconds to ask those questions. So putting an alphanumeric code like this gives you that opportunity to make a choice and not be on autopilot, not be a robot, scrolling all the time. So put a complex password. Also, there are ways in which you can limit the amount of time you spend on various applications, right? So these social media apps, they are generous enough to give you that opportunity, okay? So you use this, all right? You can set, for example, if you are a big Instagram fan, okay, 1 hour, 1 hour is too much if you ask me, right? But I know that people spend a lot on Instagram. So 1 hour, I think, would be a great, first step if you are able to do that. Huh? So there are something known as focus modes on your phone. Every phone has, some other names would be there, and on Android, I think it's focus mode. Once you turn on focus mode, you can ensure that certain applications don't open during that period. For example, 8 a.m. to say 4 p.m. is important for your studies, right? So you turn on focus mode so that some applications go gray, and you don't get notifications from them. Even if you try to open, it will show you a message on the face that don't open, you are in focus mode. So maybe it will give you an opportunity, one moment, to think whether I really need to open this right now. Huh? And this is a very difficult thing, right? We all take our phones to bed. So, but if you can make that decision of not having phone in your bed, it can be a huge advantage for you. One is you don't get sleep deprived, right? Also, you see now that bright light that flashes on your eyes, it gives you a wrong message. The brain gets a message that it's not yet time to sleep, and the hormone called melatonin does not get released on time for a smooth induction of sleep. So maybe, if you can make a decision that I won't touch my phone on the bed, right? Keep it away. It should be a hand's distance away wherever you keep your phone. Otherwise, again, I told, no, we go on autopilot mode. You don't know when you have grabbed it and when you start. So wherever you are choosing to keep the phone, not on bed, somewhere else, it should be a hand's distance away, right? So that will make a huge difference for you. Also, try to do a digital detox, okay? You heard of detox, celebrities go on detox, right? So Britney Spears, I am talking about my times, Britney Spears going for a detox, okay? So we all can, go for a detox sometimes. One day of a week or few hours on a specific day of a week, tell yourself that I am not going to touch no matter what, okay? Even if the Prime Minister calls, I am not going to take it. So take a strong decision that I'll not touch my phone for these few hours. I think you may have gone to your villages or your native places where there is no network. Has anybody got such an experience? You went to your native place where there was absolutely no network, phone network? If you have not done it, now go to a place where there is no network and just see your experience of time. I'm sure one fellow had raised his hand. His experience of time would have changed in those few hours. It feels as if your time is stretched, and you notice every small little thing. Even on the way, if there is a flower which has bloomed, you notice it better. It appears much more colorful and beautiful, right? And your experience, how you are looking at the world, how you are perceiving time changes completely. Just by not having internet, it happens, right? And having internet and a device completely, disrupts it. Believe me. So if you can go somewhere, or maybe you can keep your phone for few hours away and engage in something else meaningful, right? It would just give you this idea of how different the experience is, right? We all should go on digital detoxes. Also, another big reason why people get hooked to their devices is mental health issues, right? So not all of us who are spending 8 hours, 10 hours a day on our phones are actually enjoying it. Or, it's not always entertainment that we are looking at. The binge watching that we do on Netflix is not always, a very entertaining and engrossing experience for all of us. Some of us do it because, we are so stressed inside, you are overwhelmed with work, and just catching hold of your book and doing some assignment seems so overwhelming that Netflix or Instagram becomes an escape for you, right? So we should be more aware of our mental health issues. If you're stressed, talk with a good friend, okay, or seek help from mental health professionals. If say you are experiencing insomnia, difficulty sleeping, lack of desire or interest, not having drive to do stuff that are important for you, not able to engage with your friends, if you have signs like this, I would strongly suggest that you talk with a good friend, okay, or talk with a mental health professional or your counselors who are there in campuses, so that you address your mental health issues. All of us go through some difficult times, nobody is an exception, and there is no shame in talking about it. It's okay to talk about it, okay? It's okay to not be okay. That was a famous tagline for some World Mental Health Day, I think. So we all have difficult times, it's okay to talk about it. I think I found this very apt for our generation, so we should not become so dependent on devices and digital technologies that we have this kind of an evolution, okay, a backward evolution, right? So these devices, as I told you, spending time on screen is a necessary evil, so you can't do away with it. So you have to become smart, okay, and you have to figure out ways in which you can effectively use digital technologies, devices around you, okay, and be more mindful of how much time you are spending and what you are doing on the internet. So hopefully with all the things that I have spoken about right now will empower you to use these technologies in a much more effective fashion, and hopefully that will help you to reach your goals and fulfill your dreams. With that, I would conclude my lecture today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call Dean to give certificate of sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have the next session about the orientation to NSS. For that, we have Dr. Ashwini S. Shetty, presently Associate Professor at Department of Anatomy, Yenepoya Medical College, and NSS Program Coordinator at Yenepoya deemed to be University. She has served 12 years in the field of academics at Research, Yenepoya University. She has been awarded doctoral degree in Faculty of Medicine in her research projects at Yenepoya University under the guidance of late Dr. Sudhkar Shetty, HOD, Professor, Department of Orthopedics, and Dr. R. Avdani, Department of Yenepoya in the year 2014. She is life member of Society of Biological Scientists of India, Indian Society of Human Genetics, Indian Red Cross Society, Ayush Federation of India, Anatomical Society of India. She has presented many papers at international and national conferences. She has also published research papers in international and national journals, also many research projects in her credit. Ma'am, over to you.
A very good morning, one and all. On behalf of National Service Scheme, Yenepoya deemed to be University, I would like to welcome you all to the Yenepoya deemed to be University. And first of all, I would like to thank Dean and the members of induction program for giving me this opportunity to present how the National Service Scheme works at Yenepoya University. So what is this National Service Scheme? Some of you must have already heard about it in your PU and degree colleges where you studied. I hope you had the scheme under your college. So this is mainly to involve the students, volunteers, especially for the community enrichment programs, and where students get a lot of opportunity to work with the community leaders and government sectors, NGOs, as well as they will also get an opportunity to participate in various activities of national level and the state level and the district level programs. So the National Service Scheme at Yenepoya University, we began in the year 2016, and initially we had only, under the National Service Scheme, we had 5 units, and now we have 50 units, and this is a great achievement for university to have the 50 units at Yenepoya University, where we have gained around 5,000 NSS volunteers working under Yenepoya University for the community service. So here, mainly, what is the vision of the National Service Scheme? To be a globally recognized and acclaimed center for excellence in youth development, and also a mission for the NSS is preparing youth for new millennium and globalized context by formulating youth-related policies, develop professional capabilities, initiate research and community-related projects, network with the national and international organization, and cater to the need and concerns of the young people. So this is a mission, and the symbol as it is appearing in the, you can see here at the side, it is based on the Rath wheel of Konark Sun Temple, portray the cycle of creation and preservation and the release. So what you can see, the navy blue in the NSS symbol, which represents the cosmos of which the NSS is a tiny part, but ready to contribute for the social welfare of mankind. And also the red color, what you see here, it is a spirit of the volunteer or a student to work for 24 hours at any emergencies. So the giant wheel, what you see here, which is appearing on the cover, is based on the, as I told you, it is a Rath wheel of Konark Sun Temple, and the portray the cycle of creation, preservation and release. This is the whole cycle of life. And the NSS motto is not me but you. Always you express the essence of the democratic living and uphold the need for selfless service and appreciation of other man, and show the consideration for other fellow being. So this is what the NSS motto is. Now coming to the objective of NSS. Now mainly you concentrate here on the social service, where understand the community and problem solving. This is a main objective of the community, where most of the Yenepoya Institute of Allied Health Science, you have so many units, you have adopted a village where each one of you, being a program officer and the volunteers, you being a part of community, and first of all you do the survey where you identify the problems in the villages and see that you look for a solution. So that is the main objective, where understand the community in which you work. Either the program officer or the volunteers, whoever work in the community, first you try to understand what are the different community through your community leaders. So what are the different problems in the community and how you can bring a solution into it, and identify the needs and the problems of the community and involve them in problem solving. Apart from this, uh, the students who are working with the program officer who also develop the skills in communication or leadership and the community service, utilize their knowledge in finding the practical solution for different problems in the community. So this is what how the NSS volunteers been utilized in the problem solving of the community, develop the competency for group living and the sharing of responsibilities, and also develop a capacity to meet in emergency cases and natural disasters, as well as acquire leadership qualities and democratic attitudes. So these are few objectives of National Service Scheme. Now, for developing and for implementation of all the activities and also the evaluating these activities, there are some at the higher level, we have some program advisory and functional setup which have been formulated at the level of the central government and the state government and at the university level. So at the central government, now mainly the NSS comes under the Ministry of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of India. So where we have a program advisories, like there are deputy advisors and directorates, as well as the minister for Ministry of Youth Empowerment and Sports, and also the principal secretary. Apart from that, at the state level, we have a state NSS officer for the Karnataka state, and also the program advisor for the Karnataka state, and the regional directorate who is representing from the Government of India. So the directorate office, regional directorate office will be based in Bangalore at Karnataka state, and also to program officer to undergo the training programs, we have a ETI center which is based at the Mysore. So all the program officer, once they have been appointed, have to undergo the training program under ETI training at Mysore. So then we have at the university level coordinator for the NSS university level coordinator. Now myself, I am the coordinator for the university, and under me there are 50 units where each unit comprise of 100 NSS volunteers with the with the leadership of where all the activities will be evaluated by the leadership of and also implemented by the leadership of NSS program officers. So there are 50 units in the Yenepoya University under the Constant Colleges of Yenepoya. So we have around 18 units for Yenepoya Institute of Allied Health Science. So in this, each unit comprise of 100 NSS volunteers. So one who want to enroll as an NSS volunteer, you have to meet your program officer, where at the end of this session I will be introducing some of whoever here. You can come and introduce yourself as a program officer for the School of Allied Health Science. So under them, you are working, all the NSS volunteers in each unit, around 100 NSS volunteers in each unit will be working under NSS program officer. So main, there will be also an advisory committee for the college level and the university level. So advisory committee at the college level will be allotting the strength and the NSS volunteers in the beginning of the year. Apart from this, for to make any recommendation for consideration and implementation of activities which will be headed or chaired by the principal or dean of Constant Colleges of Yenepoya. So each college will have an advisory committee where they will have a meeting with the representation of NSS volunteers in each college. So they will be having a 2 advisory committee meeting for each year. So these all units are funded by the Government of India. So all the activities will be happening under the colleges which is funded by the Government of India. So as I told you in the beginning, we had in the year 2013, we had around 5 units and with a strength of 500 NSS volunteers. And we used to get a grant of 1.55 lakh. And in the year 2017, we extended our units up to 10 units. So with the volunteers of 1,000 and grant of 3.65 lakh. Now at present in the year 2022, we are happy to inform that we have approved with the 50 units under Government of India, and we are receiving a grant from the Government of India. So under these NSS, various activities will be conducted, like at the university level, we conduct the cancer awareness outreach program and the tribal NCD screening program for the tribal population at 5 districts, and Granthamitra projects, Poshan Ma, and also Swachhata Abhiyan, campus to community project, and also the Amrit Samudaya Abhivriddhi scheme. So under this, we are doing various activities at the level of community. So also students, the volunteers of NSS have been received the international awards, the national awards, and the state and the district award. So this is an achievement of our volunteers where they get an opportunity to work and project their talents at the, and they can also present their potentials at the various level, the state and college level and district level, state and the national level. So the volunteers who have also achieved some of the achievements, like 5 students got an opportunity to participate in the state and the national RD parade, and 235 students who have participated in the national integration camps, national youth parliaments, and national youth festival, which is headed by program officers of various colleges. Now these are various activities which is organized by our NSS units of allied health science. So they are doing a wonderful work. Their work is very impressive, and all the program officers are actively participating, involving all the volunteers in various activities of National Service Scheme, and some of them are doing extremely good. And this is an opportunity, dear students, to participate in a community related work where you can build up your self-esteem, self-confidence, leadership qualities, and you know how to work as a team. So all these qualities you build up, and personality development which takes place during your course of volunteerism for 2 years. Now once you enroll as an NSS volunteer, you will be working for 240 hours in 2 years. So this is like apart from your academic curriculum, you also have some of the community based work where you get 2 days for each week. I mean maybe Friday and Saturday for allied health science, where the NSS program officer, they take you all to the village or adopted village where you have some activities under the observation of the program officers. So this is actually an opportunity for all the volunteers to bring out your potentials and the talents. Now coming to the university level program, we have covered around 27,976 beneficiaries under the Project Cancer Awareness Outreach Program. I don't want to talk more about it because it's a university level activities. And now why you need NSS at university level? Now how does it help the students, the program officers in the university at the university level? This is definitely gives an extra dimension to the higher education, to orient youth to the community service, to expose them the reality of the life and bring about changes in their social perception, to sensitize them to the needs of the masses so that they can accommodate them when they become a policy maker. Making education more relevant. You all sit in 4 walls inside the room, right? So you get an opportunity to go out of this 4 wall and bring changes in the community. Providing opportunity to students. You will not get any opportunity like this, being a part of your academic. So this is an opportunity for you all, encouraging students to work with other adults in the rural areas. Okay, so these are some of the points where I would like to mention why the NSS activities at Yenepoya University. Now, we have some, being a professionals, we have some societal commitments where the multi-speciality diagnostic health camps you can organize at various parts, like in rural, urban areas, villages, in orphanages. So where our allied health science is doing that, the blood grouping tests, the investigations, they are doing all these kind of activities under their units. Health awareness and sensitization programs, where these kind of activities will be done. Participation in relief camps, environmental awareness program, also the life skill development program for the adopted village, where all these has been the various activities which is organized by Allied School of Allied Health Science by the units, various NSS units in their adopted village during their special camping programs. And I must really appreciate them for doing this work. So total extension activities which is covered at the Yenepoya University, we have covered around 1,200 extension and outreach activities, as well as 80% of the students who are actively participating in the program. Now coming to the NSS programs, which has been divided into two parts, that is regular activities and the special camping program. Now under the regular activities, where students, once they enroll as an NSS volunteer, you have to be part of this volunteerism, part of this NSS activities for 2 years. Then only you will get the certificate once you are totally involved with all these activities. And you have to be completing your 240 hours of regular and the special camping programs. Now there are two parts, the regular activity and the special programs. All these observation of days and the various activities under the regular activities, it comes under the regular activities, whereas the special camping program, it will be done once in a year, where if you have 100 NSS volunteers, 50 volunteers will be participating in the first year special camping program. Another set of 50 NSS volunteers will be participating in the second year of NSS, in their NSS term. So totally each volunteer will be completing their special camp, then only they will receive the certificate from the Government of India once they complete their volunteership for the 2 years. So you have to work as 2 years under NSS. So this is how the regular activity and the special camping program goes on. So the special camping program, where you need to stay in your adopted village, and completely in those 7 days you are participating in various community related activities in the adopted village, and bring the changes in the community, maybe developing some assets for them, or creating an awareness for them, conducting some health camps for them. So all these kind of activities which will be organized in these 1 week of special camping program. Various colleges like Physiotherapy College, Allied Health Science, so all these colleges, they had students, volunteers, they have stayed in the villages and they have done many activities in this special camping program. So these are some of the activities which we have done. Also we have each year Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat program, where this is mainly to aims to enhance the interaction and promote the mutual understanding between the two states. So last year we had a team of students from the Uttarakhand, where they shared lot of 58 Uttarakhand students, they had come here and interacted with all our students, and they carried out lot of activities which is like cultural, connecting with the areas of language learning or culture, tradition, music, tourism, cuisine, sports, sharing, sharing of best practices and all these activities under Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat we have organized. So coming to the adopted villages, our university has adopted villages, adopted villages in various, under the various units and constituent colleges. So various activities have been held at these adopted villages. So there are few of to mention like Avatar village, Boliar, Kalavar village and Belmagram villages which was adopted by Yenepoya Allied Health Science units. So some of the activities which is organized in these adopted villages are main projects like pet bottle projects where this is a one where students actively participated in constructing the small rooms for the government school children by adopting this unique project, that is building this whole building with using the plastic bottle. So this is a whole building which has been constructed with the PET bottle and mainly you can see here this is how it is used and at the end the result you can see in this. This is a result how they have constructed the building. So this is mainly to improve the sustainable management of the PET bottles and we can use it in this way as well. So the Swachh Gram initiative by the students, the nutrition awareness program, the cancer awareness outreach program, diabetic and hypertension screening camps, the various activities which is held under adopted villages, life skill training program for the school children and teachers and also the parents. English phonation classes have been taught, the COVID vaccination, Swachh Bharat, blood donation programs, stress management, and the next project is on campus to community project where students renovate the schools by painting or construct some play areas. So these are some of the activities under NSS. This is where our NSS volunteers of Allied Health Science, they have painted the school. You can see the before and after pic of the school. And for all these activities, we have received a best state level NSS award and the program officer award. We have received an international lifesaver award and the national awards. And apart from all these awards for the program officers and the coordinators, this is an opportunity for the students, mainly NSS volunteers, to participate in various state and the national level activities and recognize yourself for the community activities. So this is a request from all the enrolled NSS volunteers, be a part of this. In 2 years, you will be definitely recognized either in the college level or state level or national level, and I want all the students who have enrolled to participate as many as events like for the state and the national. And recently students of physiotherapy college and allied health schools, they all participated in the National Youth Festival. It was a great opportunity for the students, and this is a student from nursing college who had been selected for the state level achievements and national award and national achievement of Mr. Sinan, who had been selected as a for the national RD parade which held at Delhi. Gopika from NSS unit of dental college, who received an Yoda award, NSS Yuva Yoda award. And this is a state level achievement again by the Institute of Arts and Science students. And our students also participate in the youth festival and youth parliaments, and our allied health students also, volunteers, have been participated in the youth parliaments. And so various activities they organize, and this is an opportunity for the students to participate in various activities. Now coming to how you can empower the program officer volunteers in various activities. Being a program officer, it is actually you know, what I can say, it is an opportunity for all the faculty to be a part of community service. And after once you finish with your 2 years of program officer tenure, you can project your activities under your unit for national award and the state awards and the university level awards. This is how we support academic support for program officers and also volunteers. The research support, where all these activities which you take place in the community, you can publish this project, you can publish the survey. So this is how you have to promote your whatever field work you are doing. You can come out with the publications. So this is what you can do, and this is mainly for the program officers, and also involve some 4 or 5 volunteers in your activity and make different groups, and you can ask them to do some survey or do any kind of project in the adopted villages. And some of our medical students, they have published some publications, their work, and this is how you can develop yourself, academic and self. So what you going to achieve through NSS, mainly this is an opportunity for all of you being a program officer and volunteers for community engagement program, social responsibility, leadership skills. As I told you earlier, this definitely increase your leadership quality, personality development. You know how to work as a team, you know how to collaborate with your colleagues and work for the success of any project in the community, skill enhancement and sensitization of the social issues. You know how to solve the problems in the community, networking of the social connection, where you work in the adopted villages, you come to know many community leaders, you get connected with them to get the work done, personal fulfillment and citizenship education. So this is how the total growth, your personal growth of the volunteers and the program officers which takes place through NSS. So finally, empower yourself through service and you will discover the true potential of your impact in the world. Embrace the joy of giving back and you will find a purpose to every step you take towards a bright future for all. Thank you very much, and thanks for opportunity. And I would like to thank the team committee of induction program, Allied School of Health Science, as well as the deans management for giving me an opportunity to present here the Yenepoya University NSS activities. So thank you very much, and I request if there are program officer here, kindly come on the stage and introduce yourself. So all the program officers, I request you to come for 5 minutes so that you can introduce yourself quickly. I don't know whether my time is done. Yes, come Liba, Shifali, and come. So you can just introduce yourself so that volunteers must know, because it's a huge crowd. The volunteer must know whom to approach at least at the end of the day, so that they can enroll themselves as the NSS volunteers.
Good morning, dear students. Myself, Ms. Liba Saravagis. I am the Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator of Optometry. And I am also the Program Officer of NSS Unit 1. Along with me, I have also other unit members. They will introduce themselves. So under us, each unit, 100 seats are there for NSS volunteers. From past 2-3 years, as ma'am said, we have been organizing so many extension activities through NSS for Allied Health Sciences. And any one of you, if interested, please approach us for NSS, to be a NSS volunteer. Thank you.
Good morning everyone present here. Myself Shifali, I'm Assistant Professor of Yenepoya Physiotherapy College as well as NSS Program Officer of the same, and there is one more Program Officer in our unit. So there are 2 units of Yenepoya Physiotherapy College. So each unit has 100 students under it, volunteers. So we are happy to inform that we have been actively organizing and participating in various activities, and we have also adopted the Bolyar village under the guidance of Ashwini ma'am. And to be frank, we have seen students having transformation of their entire life, their character. So what we see inside class is only basically your subject knowledge and for your development of your life skills. So as ma'am told, you know, it is always better to be out of the box and stand unique. So what life skills is necessary that you gain through NSS activities. So I would like to welcome more volunteers under Physiotherapy College. So it is not just working, you know, at the end of the service that you provide. Definitely you feel that change within yourself. So feel free and come forward. So volunteer means we don't want anybody to force yourself. So feel free to come forward and serve the society. Thank you.
Good morning everybody. My name is Mrinal. I'm an assistant professor in Yenepoya School of Allied Health Sciences, and I'm the program officer for Unit 3.
Hello everyone. Good morning everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome you all for Yenepoya deemed to be university. I am Aditya. I am Assistant Professor, Department of Medical Imaging Technology, and I am the Program Officer from the School of Allied Health Sciences. We have 15 units, and I am handling Unit 13. So I am looking forward to meet all of you, and then we shall conduct activities, get to know each other, and do some welfare programs. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I'm Swati Kumari. I'm Assistant Professor in Medical Imaging Technology. So I'm also an NSS Program Officer. My unit number is 6. So we hope we'll meet. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. My name is Apurva, Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator of Anesthesia and Operation Theatre Technology. I'm handling Unit 8 in Yenepoya School of Allied Health Science. Thank you. So we have a tremendous program officer, and they all are my strength actually. So I want all the volunteers also to be strength for NSS unit. So I congratulate, actually they are doing a very good work, a very unique work in, I can see with the different projects like Grantha Mitra project, which is by our Yenepoya Physiotherapy College, and the program officer Shifali, she was a volunteer and now she is a program officer. I really proud to say that, and she worked under me as a program volunteer like you all, and now she had an opportunity to work as a program officer. And also I would like to congratulate all the program officers like Libam, Rinal, Swati and we. So all these program officers are doing extremely good, and we also get appreciation from management and Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, and this is not happening just like that. With the support of management and the Dean especially, I must thank Dean of Allied Health Science and Physiotherapy College, Dr. Sunita Saldana ma'am and Ludraj sir, for their great support for all the activities under NSS. Thank you very much for the whole team.
To present the certificate, I would like to call Mrs. Liba from Optometry to present the certificate to Dr. Ashwini Shetty. Thank you, ma'am. The next session was about anti-ragging measures of the university. Unfortunately, sir cannot be there today, so this session will be shifted for some other day. So you can have break till the next session. Thank you.
to be university status. Yenepoya University thus became the first unaided deemed university to be established in the Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. The university, following the accreditation in 2015 by the National Accreditation and Assessment Council with an A grade, has diversified its academic prowess and scope by establishing Yenepoya Pharmacy College and Research Center and Yenepoya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management in the year 2017, the Yenepoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital and the Yenepoya Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital in the year 2018, the Yenepoya Institute of Allied Health Sciences and the Yenepoya College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences in the year 2021. Yenepoya University has secured accolades by various national and international certification and accreditation agencies. The significant ones being consistent ranking within 100 by the NIRF for 3 consecutive years. ATL ranking of institutions on innovation achievements by the Ministry of Education on 2 occasions under self-finance or private institutions category as an endorsement for the innovation and entrepreneurship development efforts among students and faculty of the university. The university has also been ranked with 4-star grading in KSURF Young University category in 2019. In recognition of contribution to the new knowledge generation, the university has been ranked among the top 50 institutions in India in the SCI MA Geo Institutions ranking consecutively during the last 2 years. There are multiple faculties of study in the university which are represented by the standalone constituent units. These institutions are spread over a total built area of 144,453.11 square meters to accommodate academic and administrative activities. Curricular diversification has been the focus of the university. It offers more than 100 programs at the undergraduate, postgraduate, super specialty, doctoral and postdoctoral levels. The university has enrolled more than 6,000 undergraduates, 600 postgraduates and doctoral students, complemented by over 500 well-qualified teachers trained in ICT-enabled teaching-learning processes. The classrooms, seminar halls and demonstration rooms are ICT-enabled with Wi-Fi facilities extended to all strategic locations in the campus. The integration of information communication technology in teaching learning meets innovative educational standards. Self-directed learning is supported through e-resources on the customized learning management system. Choice-based credit system incorporates a wide spectrum of electives in majority of the programs offered. Internships, industry visits, community postings, skill development training and early exposure to research equip the students professionally competent for employment. The mentorship program supports the mentees throughout the duration of the program to enhance learning experience and personal growth. Community-based training is imparted through the urban rural health centers, PHCs, Rural Healthcare and Development Center, and mobile clinics to inculcate social responsiveness. The university library caters to the learning needs of the students and faculty. It has a vast collection of books, manuscripts, ancient books, digital learning resources. desks are fully automated, facilitating accession and lending of books. The digital library, which is available at all the constituent units, helps the students and faculty to access the e-resources. All the academic departmental laboratories are well equipped for providing training. To enhance
students. The next session is about fine-tuning student life by Dr. Akhtar Hussain. He is a remarkable individual celebrated for his exceptional talents and profound wisdom, has made invaluable contributions to both academia and the arts. As the Secretary of the Islamic Academy of Education and a founding member of Yenepoya Dental College, he played a pivotal role in shaping its trajectory, serving as the head of the Department of Orthodontics for several decades before his elevation to the post of principal from 2019 to 2022. He is a recipient of several awards, namely Best Proactive Academician by the Guardian Dental Academy, the Lifetime Achievement Award 2019 by Bapuji Dental College and Hospital, Davangere. He is the past president of the Indian Orthodontics Society. As an astute clinician, administrator, researcher, critical thinker, motivational speaker, counselor, photographer, painter, the list is endless. His soft-spoken nature and genuine compassion have endeared him to generations of students and colleagues alike. Sir, I would like to welcome you to the stage.
Yes, thank you. What's your name? Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you, Shifa, for this wonderful introduction. If my wife was here, she wouldn't have believed it. Anyway, good morning. How many of you here? I think it's the biggest gathering I've addressed in my life. 1,000, 2,000? 2,000. Alright, so let me first welcome you to Yenepoya University. How many of you are happy today? How many of you are very happy today? Raise your hands. Only a few people are happy. How many are sad today? Sad? Many people are sad. Oh my God. Why? What happened? Many people are sad. How does this work? Okay, now it's working. So let me first congratulate you all and welcome you all to this university. Congratulate you because you have got a seat in the areas you desire, hopefully. Okay, now coming back to the question. You tell me again, once again I'm asking you, how many of you are really happy today? Raise your hands, happy. Okay, how many are sad? Oh. And how many nothing, neither sad nor happy? Very funny batch. Okay? You're either happy or sad, right? You're all in between. You decide whether you want to be happy or sad in life. Do you understand that? Happiness has to be synthesized. You have to produce it. It's not available. You can't buy it. Are you listening to me? Please listen to me. I'm not going to bore you. Happiness is something that you produce. You don't need anything to be happy other than the basics. Dress, food, shelter, health. Nothing else is required beyond this. So today honors, you're going to learn how to be happy, first thing. Okay, I'm going to tell you some interesting things, some stories and all that. Definitely I promise you I won't bore you. Alright? I'd like to say interactive. I don't think the interactive mic here. Maybe at the end we'll keep sessions for interactions. You have to understand one thing. You ask me. I've gone through all these stages. You are in the best part of your life so far. And one of the best is certain years because you won't be so young again. You won't be so energetic again. You won't be more handsome or beautiful than what you are now. You are the peak. And the best part is that your life, you have no responsibilities, no tensions, not married, am I right? So happy, right? Laugh, say something I'm doing to make you laugh and relax. You're so stiff. So, your responsibility is only one thing, fine-tuning yourself, perfecting yourself next few years for a profession which is going to be with you rest of your life. And today, you're going to meet a lot of people and make friends with a diverse group of people who are all going to be your friends for years to come, most of them. So it's a wonderful day. You should remember it like your birthday. Alright, got it? So important today is. Now, so it's time now to understand yourself, what you are, what are your plus points, what are your negative points, how to handle it, and how to have a smooth, advanced, most modern methods in learning and relaxing and living. That's very important. Alright? So you find to settle down and get organized. Whatever happened in the past is all over. Good or bad, it's over. Life is about what's happening now. Future is your imagination. Past is a memory. Life is now at this point. Do you agree? Am I talking to big philosophies for tender brains? You understand, right? So far you understood? Okay, then fine. So as I told you, this is the time today of self-exploring yourself. Know what you are. You should know thyself first. What you know about yourself may not be true. Because if you ask somebody, everybody is three things. If you say Dr. Akhtar, what is Dr. Akhtar? There are three things. One is what Dr. Akhtar thinks of himself. One is what the world thinks about him. And third one is what actually he is. And these can be three different things. These can be three different things. So now, you have to understand what you are today. I'm going to make you help understand that first. So you're going to start something like a blank slate today. A new level of existence. A new step into professional college. And you're already there now. You achieved almost. Alright? So, everything in the world you can Google, but you have to find yourself now, which is not available to Google. Am I right? And even if it's available, it's not complete. I may not be right also. So today is all about that. And then I'm going to talk about how to fine-tune yourself for a professional college, for professional qualification, education. I tell you this, please understand this, you'll be surprised. You have no idea how capable you are. No one has told you, you are not told yourself also. You don't know, you have no idea. If you look, a human body is so powerful, human mind is so amazing that you can train it to do anything. Have you seen the forwards where the Russian girls are dancing, synchronized swimming? I've seen bike racing, jumping from one place to another, tightrope walking. So many things human beings are doing, right? Unbelievable things. And all that you saw, you can also do it if you put your mind into that. So human mind is so brilliant, you understand that. What you're carrying is a very amazing, a very powerful computer with you, given to you free. And now you should know how to use it. The main thing is you should know how to use this beautiful thing that's given to you. Right? Now today's talk is all about that. You can relax, alright? And you may have self-image about yourself. That I'm not too good, or I'm lazy, I'm forgetful, you know, I tend to postpone things, all negative things about yourself. I'm not on time. And many times you tell that to yourself subconsciously, and that becomes what you are. So you must have become a lot of things. So today is the time to develop your self-image. The first day, you're going to blank, I'm repeating a few things, erase the magic slate and write fresh about what you are. Okay, do you trust? Now one more thing I'll tell you. There is no, let's take any face here, any face, okay? There never was a face like that in the past. Down the history, there never will be another face like that in the future, in the years to come. You are very unique. You are very, very unique. And you can't compare yourself to somebody else. It's a foolish thing. Anything from looks to intelligence to background, family to riches, no comparison. Stop comparing yourself. You understand? Stop comparing. First thing is that. You know, when I was getting into professional college, lot of things my dad called and told me. One thing he told me is that you should work very hard. Then he told me you should compete with everybody and you should be the best in the class. Then he told me next 5 years don't enjoy life, don't do anything, just study. These 3 wrong things he told me, if you ask me. Because first is hard study, studying hard. Hard work is important, but more important is smart working these days. Smart working is more important than just hard working. Give an example. Like there are some tree cutters, say 5 tree cutters, you give them saws to cut the tree. Okay, they're old saw, they're not very sharp. The hard working fellow cuts very hard morning till evening and cuts 2 trees. The smart working fellow sits under the tree, relaxes, enjoys, whistles, sings, sharpens his saw and cuts 3 trees. Who is better? So that is smart working. So you should know how to study. Now, problem with us people, our education system is such that we don't tell you important things, we are taught you all unwanted things. I've been taught Pythagoras theorem. I never used it once in my life. I've been told a square plus b square is equal to 2ab and things like that. I've been told that there is outer xylem, inner cambium and xylem in between, a plant. No use to me. Nobody taught me how to behave, how to socially interact, how to manage anger, or how to take care of elders, how to give respect, how to maintain, your serenity in any situation. Nobody told us these things. And we tell you to study, but we don't tell you how to study. So there's something very wrong with the whole system. And it's not very easy to change. We are making some efforts to make that change. All right? Anybody here bored? Feel like going out? I can let you go out. You okay, guys? Okay? Say yes. All together? Oh, thank you. So, what are the things you're going to do today? First, you're going to do these 3 things. The basic thing in life. First one is, you stop living in the past. Some negative thing would have happened, you would have got less marks, something would have gone wrong, whatever in life, at home, in whatever has happened, drop it. It's not going to help you at all. Somebody has done some harm to you in the past, forget it, it's over. Don't carry it on your head. You're letting somebody live upstairs who don't even give the rent for it. Flush them. What do you do of toilet? Unwanted things? Just flush. Right? Flush those people out of head. So be happy about it, one. And putting yourself down, underestimating your capacity, underestimating your values, underestimating your capabilities, that you must stop. You have to be a new person now, today onwards. Yes? Say yes, sir. All of you. Good. So then, one thing that we do, I'm going to talk about this a lot later. Thinking. My favorite subject is thinking. Okay, my favorite subject is thinking. So, overthinking. Do you know how many times a person roughly thinks in a day? Anybody? Take some number. Just thought, random thoughts per day. How many you think a person thinks per day? Yes? Some number you tell me, let's see. 1,000? Sorry? Close, 3,000. They say about minimum 3,000 thoughts per day an average person thinks. And the interesting part is, most of it is waste, negative, repetitive, non-productive. So I'm going to talk a lot on that. That is about thinking. That's very important. Alright, so about 30-40% of my talk today will be about thinking. Right? Now you need to program your mind. Everything needs to be programmed. You may have the best computer, but unless it's programmed, it's not going to make it much use to you. So today is about programming your mind. Are you guys excited? Are you guys looking forward to? Or waiting for me to finish and go? Okay? Now, today is a day to count your blessings. We take this for granted. When I was in kindergarten, I was singing this song, count your blessings and name them one by one, right? But there's so much of meaning to it. Whenever you're depressed, for small things, you just sit down and think how many positive things you have in life. I want you all to take a piece of paper, A4 paper later. Take a paper and calmly today, Write down all the good things that you have. You'll be surprised. There is so much. And then they turn the page and write the negative things that you have in life. There will be nothing. You understand? Plus things. Start with the positive things. Something. Tell me something good. Something good about you. You are healthy. Right? You have good friends. Nice family. Your eyesight is good. No heart problems. Mentally stable. Finance is okay. You got a house. Oh my God. You cannot. The one page is not enough. Why I am saying this is, you have to understand where you stand first. Then only you can go ahead and plan your life. So first you should know yourself, know thyself. So many good things. So many good things. If you look at one or two things maybe there, you may think that I am not tall enough, or maybe one or two small things. But let me tell you, I am a person who has done a lot of research on human face and beauty. I can talk hours together. My PhD is on human smile. Okay, let me tell you, all here, everybody here, I can tell you without any doubt, come in the category of beautiful people. No comparison. We are all beautiful. And extremely beautiful is only over 5% of the people. And extremely ugly is also less than 5% of the people. So you should come out of that looks. The lookism has become a big problem these days. Comparing yourself and all the time in the, your Instagram and here and there and trying to, forget it, not very important. What's important is that you can't change also. What's inside you, what personality you are, that will break all those other negative things. How you become, that's what I'm talking about today. You should be careful, carefree, you should be confident, you should be caring, you should be positive in outlook, friendly with people. This is the things, very humorous, These are things that makes a person more attractive than anything else. Good looks only opens doors, but doesn't guarantee continuity of happiness or relationship or anything. You understand? So that's more important. Understand that, because this is the age you'll be thinking about all these things. That's why I'm telling you all this. The time you'll be thinking, no. Now you take the negative part, other side of the paper. You write all the problems that you have. Write it down. It's called journaling. You write it down, then you categorize them, what you can change, what you cannot change. Okay, once those things which you cannot change, just accept it. Tawakkal tu. Whatever given to me, total submission. That's me. And very proud of it. No second part of it. Then you take the group which are not, which can change. I'm talking about that today. Alright? How to do that? How to do that's what I'm going to change today. For anything that you do in life, you have to get up and do it. Sitting on the bench, on the sofa, nothing works. We are all in some comfort zones. We get into a comfort zone, and beyond that, we don't develop a good job, even for adults, a good profession, good job, doing okay, family friend. No, you want to do better, you have to come out of that comfort zone. This applies to everybody. And those successful people are the ones who understand this, realize, and then they, unless you want to stay there, it's your choice, right? Now, one more thing that you understand, okay, my dad told me 3 things, right? One was hardworking. Second one was compete with people. Compete, you should be first in the class. Most foolish thing. Because the concept of competition is what you are doing compared to what you are capable of doing. Not compared to what someone else is doing. That's not competition. Do you understand? So whom are you supposed to compete with? With yourself, exactly. So what am I doing, what I am capable of doing, that is the competition. Second thing that Dad told me, those were accepted like that, okay? And next thing he told me, what he told me next? 5 years, no fun, nothing, only nonsense. Total nonsense. You are the best part of your life now. You have to enjoy your life. My answer for that is balance. Everything in life is balancing. Work-life balancing. You should do everything, because this time won't come back. But within the limits, well calculated, well balanced. I'm going to talk about that. What is idle time and what leisure time. I'm going to talk about that later. Alright, they give me half an hour. I said, I'm not talking. If you give me half an hour, I'm not talking. At least 1 hour I need. I'm a talkative person. Especially when I see young kids like this, no? I just get into the trance. You'll see me dancing also in some time with you people. Got it? I get into trance. Then when I'll be taking you guys with me in my mind journey. That way, if somebody asks me to stop, I get irritated. So who is the organizer here? Organizer? All of you. So 1 hour. Am I right? I asked for it. What? No, sure. Unless they stop. If they stand up and say stop, I'll stop. All right? So soft skills and hard skills. The previous one. Hard skills is what you study in school. Okay, but that's not everything. That's not schooling. You have to know both soft skills and hard skills. You know what soft skills are, right? You know what you should do, make it a habit, which I do every day. About an hour, I get into YouTube and study new things happening. About mind, about learn, about student life, about confidence, about so many beautiful things are there. Internet has got shit as well as good stuff, right? You focus on the good stuff, there's so much to take. Yesterday night I was listening to creative thinking because I'm going to conduct a workshop on design thinking to those group of students. I being a small-time artist and an inventor, I got 7 patents. So I can teach how to think out of the box, how to come out with new things. Probably sometime for you guys, but I don't know. But yesterday I was listening to so many talks, so many things. FOMO. What's FOMO? What's FOMO? Hey, your language, this generation. What is FOMO? Anybody FOMO? Fear of missing out. For me, because so much information available. The world knowledge is doubling in months these days, which took hundreds of years once upon a time. Now the world knowledge is doubling every few months. And with the AI coming in, the world is transforming in an unbelievable way, unbelievable fashion. So you can't have everything, you can't know everything. Don't have to. That's FOMO. What other one? You only live as YOLO, Y-O, L-O. What's the YOLO? What's YOLO? It's all your generation words. Anybody was YOLO? Don't know YOLO? Oh God, find out. It's about you only live once. Okay, and you're supposed to make the most of it. That's another thing that's going around. So, you heard of Mark Twain? Mark Twain said this sentence: I never let my schooling interfere with my education. So education does not mean schooling alone. You're shaping up here. You're molding your future. Both academics, so both hard skills and soft skills, social skills. How to speak, how to get confidence, how to carry yourself in public or in person or in small groups. That's what you're going to learn. Then only you're a complete person. Okay? So we'll talk about few smart study habits because the time is not enough for me. Few smart study habits. First of all, this misconception I just told you. First thing I'll tell you is about habits. You are your habits. There are 2 types of habits. In classification, there are 2 types of habits, roughly classified. What are they? Good habits and bad habits. Simple, isn't it? Good habits and bad habits. Now, the difference between the two is that good habits are difficult to achieve, but very easy to live with after that. Life is very systematic. Bad habits are easy to get, easy to attract, but very difficult to live with. So you should understand the difference between bad habits and good habits. How to change if there is a bad habit is what I'm going to tell you in an easy way. Okay? This is exactly what I told you just now. You keep doing something repeatedly, and you become that. For 21 days, human cycle, you do something. Let's say you're a late bird, you're a night owl. Okay, you don't sleep. And some people study in the night, some study in the daytime. I used to always say, you have to study only in the morning, early morning, all this life. Because I believe that human beings are like animals or birds, some of the animals, or birds which go to the nest when the sun sets, and you're supposed to wake up when the sun rises. And that's when your mind is most fresh. And that's what I used to always, but now they say, some people are hardwired to be night owls, so I'm not forcing that. If you can shift to early hours, There's nothing like it. A lot of research has gone on successful people. One of the things they said is 4 o'clock, the society called 4 o'clock wake up group. They get up 4 o'clock in the morning, they sleep at 8, 9 o'clock. Today, how many of you got up before 6? Raise your hands. Before 6. How many after 8? Oh, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, nice. Quite a few people got up after 8. Must have been studying the whole night, right? Huh? I understand. Defend you. So, anything that you do repeatedly becomes a habit. Shh. Silence, please. Anything that you do repeatedly becomes a habit. Cold water shower, can you take early morning in winter? Take it for 21 days, every day, without a break, and then after that you comfortably stand under a shower, enjoying it. Okay, so habit. Repetition in life is very important. Repeating something is very important. Repeat till you get it. I'm going to talk about that again a little later, mantram and dictums, and we call about tasbihs and the grocery, your, what is it, counting beads. I'll talk about that, why it is there. I was asking my ustad 33 times, what about it 35 times? I say subhanallah, subhanallah, subhanallah. Or the Christians do the rosary, the Hindus do their japa, right? But all religions says few things in common, like you have to do fasting. Like they says this japa repeated. Rudrakshi, you know why? When you say something repeatedly, it becomes you. You understand this better. And there's a way, for example, if I say subhanallah or alhamdulillah in my religion, I will thank God. Anybody can say that, thank God. Am I right? You don't have to be any religious man to say that. So you keep saying thank God. Every time I say thank God, I say for what? I think, thank God I got a good family, thank God I got this, thank God I got it. And I keep saying that, then that sinks into me. I become a positive person altogether. Subhanallah means you praise the God. Anybody can praise God, right? It's just common things either. So you keep saying Subhanallah or Alhamdulillah or Allah Akbar, God is great. You keep on saying this 33 times. I was asking why 33 times? That's the cycle, that mind gets accepted and you become that. I'm going to talk about conscious, subconscious a little bit quickly later. So anything you do repeatedly becomes a habit. So remember what habit you want to change. Now talking about discipline, people think discipline means something which is punishment. It's not something nice, unpleasant. It's not so. It's a wrong concept. Discipline is nothing but fine-tuning yourself for a better production, more efficient being. You understand that? With a little effort, achieving a lot of information or whatever is discipline. But the word is synonymous with punishment and negative things like that. Anything you have achieved is because of motivation. There's some motivation to do it. Not just wish, you should have determination. Losing some weight, I can say that, yeah, I'm going to lose some 5 kilos. We say this, why? At that moment you feel happy, yeah, I'm going to lose, but not going to happen. Unless you're determined that I am going to lose that 5 kilos. Otherwise motivation means your motive will be waiting only. Motivating, not motivation. Do you understand? So determination is very important. And how to get motivated, how to stay motivated. Because there are times when you get depressed, there are times when you get little, tired, and all the things happens. How to stay motivated, maybe sometime. There's so many things I'm trying to tell you today. I'm not able to, so we have to start. But one thing a little bit I'll touch upon. Talking about time management, there are so many books written about time management. I'll tell you everything in one sentence. One sentence. This you could remember rest of your life. This sentence you'll remember Dr. Akhtar has said this one sentence, and this will apply, it will help you everywhere till your end of your life. I'm going to tell you that. Are you attending? Okay. Whatever you're doing in life, whenever you're doing whatever, you should ask your question, should I be doing this? That's time management. Otherwise time will just drift. You won't know what has happened, time just flies. If you know how to stop and think, should I be doing this? Then you know don't do it. You understand what I mean? I'm washing my car in the morning. And I think, should I be doing this? I don't know. I can do much better job. I can give this job to somebody, my watchman, he gets $100. I can do something more productive. I'm giving an example. If I'm enjoying the car, washing, taking care of it, it's a different story. But anything you do in life, when I come in today morning, they call me to give a talk to you people. Should I be doing it? Yes. Even if I inspire 4 or 5 people in this class, my day is done, I'm very happy. You understand? I am a very content person. I started this entire university with a dental college. And now we have 4 campuses, 11 institutions, and thousands of students have passed out, hundreds of postgraduates, so many passing out every day. That's the greatest satisfaction for me. Okay? So that's about time management. Keep a journal. If you know now onwards how you spent a day, you don't have to show this to anybody. The first one, your plus points, negative points, your weaknesses, your strengths. I'll come to that. I only spoke about your plus points and negative points. Then you talk about your weaknesses and your strengths. That later. Then also how you spend the day. This small diary. What time you got up, what time you had breakfast, what time you roughly. And then at the end you see how much of screen time, how much of time you wasted, how much you slept. Right? So keep a journal. Avoid distractions. So many distractions in life. Like so many distractions. The most distraction is your screen. You keep on. You're like, it's impossible to stay away from the mobile phone. Right? How many of you, when you study, you keep it there by the side? I'm not going to see that, but it will be there. One brrr sound comes there. Can you stop and say no? No, you just say look. And this happens every 30 seconds. You can never study. Don't think this small story I'm telling you. This is important thing I'm telling you. You may know all these things, but you have not understood these things. Again the little sound comes there. Drrr sound comes. And then you want to know what happened. Then your mind goes there. You think you come back immediately to books? No, it takes some time before another brrr comes there. Okay, so keep away, completely off it, not even silent mode. You're not working for fire engine, right? Not firefighters. Nothing will happen in the world. Okay? And you can tell your mummy, this time I am studying. Only mummy are answerable to, right? Or papa also. Only mummy. Both. Okay. So avoid distractions. You take your phone today, check your screen time, all of you. You all have a phone, right? What is your screen time average? Average screen time, let me see, your staff, let us see. You are a staff, right? What is the screen time? Them okay, for them it's a different excuse, okay? They have an excuse. They already achieved some things. So screen time, isn't it? How much you spend? Then you know how much of time you are wasting each day, right? Take a break, study, because human brain is such, you can't be studying continuously, it's foolishness. 45 minutes, 50 minutes, stop it. Go take a phone if you want. Do one or two text, one or completely come back to this. You should know not to think about, when you're having fun, don't ever think about studies. And when you're studying, don't ever think of distractions. Alright? Are you listening to me? Backbenchers? I really don't know. This is a dictum. Nobody should study in the bed. You study in the bed? Lying down? How many of you study in the bed? Raise your hands. Study in the bed. Nobody? Oh wow. No, don't study at all. Does that mean they don't study at all? Because this doesn't work. This doesn't work at all. You cannot. I found out, you cannot. Either you sleep properly, without guilty, or study properly. Sit upright like you're doing meditation. Spine straight, then focus. It will be difficult for some time. You feel like doing this, doing that. But once you get used to it, like a statue you can sit and you can study. Nicely you'll go inside. I know some of you won't believe this. Try it out. Right? And schedule. Keep the schedule. Because automatically mind goes to that. If you get up at 6, get up at 6 at any cost. I sometimes sleep at 9 also. Very funny. My kids sleep much after me. There's a lot of noise happening. I'm the first one to go and sleep. But I'm like that. I'm tired. I just sleep. But get up at morning, 4:30. The best time of the day is that. Everybody's sleeping, just few of you are awake, fresh weather, I got a lovely terrace, I make my own coffee, I sit there openly, I look at the vast, infinite, mount, I can see Derlagate from Pallir, on the top. And then I pray, then I meditate, then I plan the day, then I start to do some painting, or do something, whatever, reading. That's amazing. One day I don't miss. One single day of early morning, I don't miss. I play some soft music, some flute, from distance. So beautiful. People don't know. One day I won't miss. Alright, make a schedule. And consistent. Be consistent in what you're doing. That's very important than perfection. You make mistakes. You don't give up. Like say for example you plan something today. But one day you didn't do it. So second day you didn't do it. So give up. No. Doesn't matter, take it up again. Especially walking, things like walking. I'll talk about that again, okay? Now coming to a very interesting phase, what I want to tell you about. What was that? I told you in the beginning about mind and thinking. Please listen to this. This is no subject, something very, very important. Okay, all of us have been given a beautiful brain, right? Beautiful brain, very efficient, and we are the superior most among God's creations. Am I right? We cannot be as strong as a lion. We can't fly like a crow. We can't swim like a fish. We don't have eyes of an eagle. We can be killed by a smallest mosquito. But still we say we are the superior most among God's creations. You know why? And we are controlling all this in the world because of that 2 pounds of white material that you have. Am I right? This is so amazing. So amazing. Your life is just that. If somebody asks you, who are you? It's not your nose, your face, your eyes, your blood, nothing. It's your, not even heart. It's your mind. You are your mind. If you ask me, you are your mind. Your face can be changed. We can transplant. Your legs can be removed. You're still you. But what you are is your mind. This is something very important I want to talk about. And it's a very, very powerful thing. If somebody is happy in this world because of his mind, how he knows how to think. If somebody is sad because he doesn't know how to think. If somebody is rich also because he knows he's got that positive vibes about making money. I've seen very educated people, very intelligent people not making money. I've seen dumb people, uneducated people making money. It's a mindset. Okay? And then similarly, everything in life, if it's successful, not successful. Not because of profession. I've seen successful people in every profession, failures also in every profession. So it's the mind how you think, right? This again, in the beginning I was thinking whether it's possible. Positive thinking, power of positive thinking and all that. Can thinking make all this difference? Attract whatever you want in life you get in by thinking? You think it's possible? Sounds a little doubtful. By thinking, how can I become this? Right? I got the example. It's my own story, my own example, my own narrative. Imagine you're in the hostel. Night you have to walk to the hostel after library 12 o'clock. And mommy has told you, Mangalore coastal is a lot of snakes, cobras everywhere. Be careful in the night. There are like a lot of cobras. You have it in the mind. After library, 12 o'clock, you're walking to your hostel. And you're going through that small plantation grew, that like a forest, small patch. And you walk through that, so shortcut. Suddenly you stamp a cycle tube. Somebody has thrown a cycle tube. Okay? And you stamp it. You know what can happen? What can happen? Anything can happen from cardiac arrest to 100% high BP, blood pressure go up, your pulses are racing, your pupils dilate, all those going to happen, right? My question is, by stamping a rubber tube, can all these things happen? What is done? Just stamp a rubber tube. So what's the story? It's not what happened, it's what you thought happened, thinking. What you thought. Similarly, let us say there's a cycle shop, there are a lot of cycle tubes are thrown around. You are supposed to go across and you to the hostel, you're singing and dancing and jumping and all that, going across. There's a king cobra there among the cycle tubes. And you stamp one. And you don't know. And this cobra runs in all directions, obviously. And then nothing happened to you. You stamped a king cobra and nothing happened to you. What was the story? Corollary, what's the story? You want to stamp a cobra, nothing happened to you if you know how to think. How important is this thinking? Am I right? Exactly what I said. Go through it. Your life is all dependent on how you think every minute. So you should know how to select your thoughts. You can watch your thoughts. I learned it. In the beginning it was difficult. When I was sitting quietly, I said, what am I thinking? You should watch you should come out of body and think, what are you thinking? Try this out. And you will realize, but the moment you know unwanted thoughts, that moment you can just softly put it aside. Okay, and can pivot it to a better thoughts, positive thoughts. If you get up in the morning at 2 o'clock and then want to go to the toilet for a leak and come back, you start thinking terrible things, you'll never sleep again after that. I have a set of things to think. My art, my things, some things I'm doing, some development. I keep on thinking only that and just drift off to a beautiful sleep. If you start worrying about the problems that I'm having, it's not going to be helpful. Right? You can change the way you think. Plus, if you learn this much today, at least 10% of you learn this, might struggle of explaining is very worthwhile. So you should take the control of your thoughts, of your mind, right? You should know who is operating your mind. Does it run by itself or somebody is running your mind? Your roommate is running your mind? No, no way. You should take control of your mind, your thoughts, right? This is what I told you 30,000 times, not 30,000 times thoughts, 30,000 thoughts, all wasteful. This is another important thing about mind. There's something called as conscious and there's subconscious. You know so much? I'm giving very basics. Conscious is what you're doing, what you're knowing, what you're thinking, you're listening to me. It's all conscious. After some time this goes into your subconscious. And your subconscious is 80-90% of you. Only conscious is the very tip of the iceberg. So most powerful thing is your subconscious mind. Everything goes to your subconscious mind. So if the power is so much in subconscious mind, everything that happened to you in your life from the day you were born till today is actually recorded, they say, in the subconscious mind. Under hypnosis and a lot of therapies, you can bring it out. Wake her up. Okay? That's okay. Don't plan to insult you. You don't understand, it's okay. So, the subconscious mind is so powerful compared to the conscious mind. And the best part about subconscious mind is that it cannot differentiate between the reality and fantasy. Right? You think of something which you like to do. Something on your own, don't tell me. Something which you enjoy the most. Whatever in this planet. Simple example, let's say, think of ice cream. Let's come to the base minimum. You imagine eating an ice cream. It's not in a hand. But you imagine. Your conscious mind knows that there's no ice cream there. You're fooling yourself. But your subconscious mind does not know. Can you believe this? I'll give you another example, like the cycle tube, to make you understand the truth about it. Is, you see horror movies, you know what's happening, ghosts coming and things, chest breaking, blood coming out, gushing out, right? And you know it is tomato sauce, you know its color, you know they are friends, they are not enemies, they're murdering, but the moment they go for coffee together, laugh and come back to act, right? So you know all this acting, but still you're scared in watching the movie. You know why? Because your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between reality and your fantasy. You understand? So I give you examples. I don't give any moral science class to anyone, the youth. I don't tell them, don't do this, don't do that. I don't tell that. Don't ask me why. I don't tell that. I won't talk about what happens after life. I'm also not very sure about it. Do you understand? It's all beliefs. But whatever I tell you is something that's going to have an effect on this planet itself. Take my word for it. I've gone through all the stages. Very analytically, I've gone through my life. I imbibed a lot of things from others, from stories, from people, and my experiences, from reading, a lot of things. I am trying my best. I'm desperate trying to give it to you people as much as I can, the time given to me. Because you're like my kids. My children are older than you. I'm concerned. Once you join here, you're our kids, our students. You understand that? So that's my intention. So, whatever you believe about yourself becomes that. Something very interesting I'm going to tell before I wind up. Am I right? Somebody should be there to organize, no? To ask me, shut up, you're the one. Really? Okay. Then I can't talk about that. Who is in charge? I asked for 1 hour, they said okay. Do they have any important match to play after this? Then what do they have to do after this? Yeah? Lunch! Hey. You can have all your life. What do you say? You want to have lunch or you want to listen to my bakwas? Bakwas. Bakwas, he said. She said bakwas. I'm going to stop now. See, whatever you believe about yourself becomes that. Quickly come to the very important matter. Let us say, what is your nature which you are not happy? Give an example, tell me. It not be yours. Generally students. Something which is not good for a student, which most of you have problems. Laziness, let's take the example. One example. So if you think you are lazy, and you keep on saying that you are lazy, you are saying just for fun, you tell your friends, I am lazy. You think I just told joking, but your subconscious mind does not know you're joking. And you keep on telling this so many times, I'm clumsy, oh I dropped it, oh I'm so clumsy, oh I'm always late. You know, we keep on saying this to ourselves, thinking that it doesn't matter, you're just saying for fun. No, your subconscious mind records everything and you become that. So if the opposite of that, you know, there's something called as, this is, I'm cutting short. Okay. You can imagine, believe and achieve. You know, again, funny it sounds. But imagining can happen. Yes, it can happen. Let's say you are lazy. What's the opposite of that? Active and alert. Okay? So you should not say, oh God, don't make me lazy. There are two negative words there. Don't and lazy. Even in prayers, you will use always positive words. Don't say, don't make me sick. Oh God, don't make me sick. You will become sick. Because the subconscious mind is hearing only one thing. Sick, 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 sick. And so you must say, healthy, 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 healthy. They should hear that. So you say, make me alert and active. So you keep saying that. Then you say, I am already. I am alert and active. Not past, not I will be, I want to be. No, I am. Right? And this is called affirmations. These are called as affirmations. These affirmations are the words like saying this. This is one affirmation that I am active and alert, for example. So you must write it down. That's called an affirmation. So you can make your own affirmations, 3 or 4, best 5, whatever. Make those. I am very healthy. I am very healthy. Okay. I am very intelligent. I am very, and you say this 10 times in the morning, some 10-15 times in the night, afternoon, some 10-15 times in the night. Your roommate is there, don't say loudly. Say for yourself, she'll laugh at you. And you will also laugh at yourself because you know you're not. But you continue to do this for 21 days. Your subconscious mind accepts it and you become that. Can you believe it? Trust me blindly. It works. Don't doubt. The doubt it won't work. Have faith in me, what I'm telling you. Okay? And you become that. These are called as affirmations. So many other things. I think I will skip all this. Optimism is very important in life. To be always optimistic, you know, always think positive things in life. And good things happens to you. You always think, oh, negative things are going to happen to me, I'm going to fail, I'm going to do this, I'm going to be late, I'm going to be this. All that will happen to you. So you should be optimist. You know what's optimist? You have heard of optimist and pessimist? Huh? Example, half glass of juice, let's say wine won't be good for you, half a glass of juice. The optimist says, half a glass of juice. The pessimist will say, half empty. So he looks at that part. Right? So I always say, you should be such an optimist that God forbid, even if you fall from a multi-storied building, as you fall down, at every window you should scream, all right so far. Understood? That should be the level of your optimism. Always think positive. That makes a big difference. Okay? Good association, friends who are with you, who are like you, who are good, be with them more. Don't push others because they influence a lot. Imagine you are lazy, don't feel like studying. Okay, so you want to go to your neighbor's room, your friend's room, because let's have fun. When you go there, you see she's studying. She tells you, shh, later. You go to the other room, she's also studying. You go to the third room, then what will you do, you know? You'll come back and start studying. The other way also is true. You know, so always be in good association. You are known by the friends you keep. Prophet Muhammad. A man is known by the friends he keeps. I added to that. A man is known by the company he keeps avoiding. Okay. So that's about association. Sometimes you feel tired, you feel burnout. The benefits of exercise are plenty. People think exercise is only for the body. They don't understand mind is also part of the body. It helps you to recuperate. It helps you to, if you are depressed. Someday you're depressed. It happens to all of us. Just wear your running shoes and run. Don't think. Put on music and run. Run until 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Come back, take a cold shower and tell me how you feel. Your depression, everything goes. Your body produces happy hormones. You got it? So exercise is very important. Everybody should do. There is a difference between leisure time and idle time. Leisure time is earned, very important, very productive, whereas idle time is very negative. So you should know how to avoid idle time and how to enjoy your leisure time. So I'm winding it up fast. There are so many things I want to tell you, but leave it. If you are really having a problem, ask for support. Change your place, some stress you're going through. There will be a good student cell and all that. Ask, don't hesitate. You understand? Ask for support. Remember this. Half-hearted efforts does not give half-hearted results. It gives no results. Okay? If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. And if you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. Last few slides. Right? The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is that little extra that you do. Everybody does, everybody studies. That little extra makes a big difference. And then difference between what you are and what you want to be is depending on what you do. Last few words. Future is made by what we do today, not tomorrow. So every day. Okay, let me tell you one more thing. When you are born, you are given some days to live on this planet. None of us are here permanent. Thousands, millions of people have come and gone, scientists, researchers, politicians, good people, bad people. They all come, they are gone. We are also here for some time and we will also go. It's the truth. There's nothing to worry about it. That's the way how it is. Right? We are all here temporarily. All of us pray for what? Whichever community. You pray for what? First thing you ask for what? Umr. Ayush. Right? And then longevity. You ask for what? You are asking God for some time, good time on this planet. Once it's given to you, you can't veil it. You can't veil that good time. You understand? It's like you're given, each one given a jar of marbles, small marbles. Every day when the sun sets, one marble is thrown out. And you can't take it back. So understand the value of each day. Each day, you're here only for some time. Make the most of it. Don't cause any problem to anybody. Enjoy your life to the fullest without causing any harm to anybody, without insulting anybody, living your life amidst all the chaos, the problems, the politics, whatever. You live your life in your igloo, in your cocoon. That's the way to live life. Only two options you have. Either you make excuse or you make progress. Don't complain. No excuses. Right? I think a little higher for you. Leave it. Thank you. You're calling me for lunch also? Huh? You plan to call me? All right. Yes. Another 3-4 minutes. Interactions. I want you to ask some questions, something. Whether you understood something, not understood. I like criticism. You can criticize also. You said this, I don't believe in that. Subconscious mind, bullshit. Anything you want to say? Anything? Come on. Any questions? I don't have questions. You understood everything? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Only girls. Where are boys? Very few. The girls are going to rule the world, yeah? None of you are studying. Yes, anything? Any questions? One question at least. Huh? Ask. Don't worry, ask them. No. Anybody? Nothing, boys? Nothing. You didn't like the talk. You understood what I said? Really? Hello. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. To present the certificate to Akhtar sir, I would like to call Mrinal ma'am onto the stage.
Lunch coupon, dinner coupon.
Yes, sir, you can join us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The lunch break will begin now. Like yesterday, the boys can join in the YMK hostel. Girls will be having the lunch here. Lunch for faculties is arranged as yesterday. So boys can start moving slowly from one side. Faculties, please check how they're moving. Nobody wants lunch. Boys, slowly, wait. From one side, we'll let you move. Don't rush. Girls, please be seated. Boys, start moving first. Girls from the starting, the first row can start moving. AOT. You can make 2 lines and move. There are 2 counters.
Acquisition, the university has created Centers Advanced Surgical and Skill Enhancement Division, ASSEND, and a state-of-the-art advanced comprehensive clinical training and simulation center. These facilities are one of their kinds in the country and provide training support to the students and faculty from other institutions.
In the gallery, you can use that counter.
The examination section is fully automated with an indigenously developed examination management system procedures involved in the pre-examination exam.
Boys who have not had their lunch, please go and have it. Boys who are roaming around without having lunch, please go and have your lunch. Coordinators, please see to that students are sitting according to courses. The attendance should be taken now. I hope everybody is back to their course seats. is an active advocate of spreading the mental health knowledge and skills to professionals of various fields and public. Ma'am, over to you.
The slide changer didn't get
We're changing the slide.
You told now. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Audible? Good afternoon. Okay. First of all, I should acknowledge that as a mental health professional, a psychologist, and more so a student earlier and a human being, I understand how difficult it is to hold yourselves with me for an afternoon session between 2 to 3, especially after your college has arranged an amazing lunch. I myself doubted that after all this lunch and biryani and kheer and everything, will we be able to manage the 2 to 3? Okay, so I would first of all like to congratulate every one of you for taking this important decision, a major academic milestone in your life. So all of you are going to be professionals related to health in a few years to come. So first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you before we begin the session. The entire session today is basically about psychosocial perspectives of ragging. We definitely do not want an explanation about ragging. All of us have heard enough about ragging, but there are some components about ragging that I would want to talk to all of you about. I have made it more of a lot of case discussions of a few of the cases which I have seen in my practice in relation to ragging, and they have reached us, and a few of them whom I have heard from my supervisors and mentors. So this is what the discussion is going to be all of about. We'll begin with an activity. Shall we all have the session, or shall we all engage ourselves in this discussion, raising our right hand for the next 5 minutes? Raise. Next slide, please. All, right hand. All few hands are still down. Right hand. Full. Okay. So, no, yours is up, mine is down. Okay. From a psychologist's perspective, if you ask me, ma'am, what is ragging? Why some hands are coming down? Very difficult. Not liking? Not liking? Yes or no? Not liking at all? No. How many of you would want to get up and tell me, ma'am, we do not like this, please let us put our hands down? Not liking or liking? Okay, if you are not liking, raise both your hands and tell me not liking. Not liking. We do not like ourselves to be troubled or disturbed in any ways. Agreed? All of us care for our well-being. So if somebody is hampering our well-being, we will stand up against it and say no. Yes or no? Then why are still some of your hands still up? Good. Okay. So that's what the entire summary of the session should be. That we take care of ourselves and will never let another person encroach our boundaries and do any harm to our physical, social, emotional well-being in the years to come. Let's all remind ourselves this and then go on with the session. So, if you ask me as a psychologist what ragging is, I would definitely say it's any harmful act causing physical, social and emotional disturbance to any other person. I will not read it from the slides, you can read it from the slides. And why it becomes very important for us to understand it from a psychological perspective is mainly because it can have a long-term influence on how you think and feel about yourselves. How many of you agree with me? Ragging has a very, very important role to play. Next slide, please. Ragging has a very, very important role to play on how you start thinking and feeling about yourselves. Let me give you example. Okay, the first one is about an 18-year-old boy who was brought from an engineering college to us. Now this child was very good at studies, very, very good at studies, got onto a merit seat, hostel fee, college fees was waived because he was very good. So this boy always thought that I'm smart enough to manage and went to college. And things started getting very difficult for him from day 3 of college. Because when we say boys, he didn't have those, how many ever packs or not so smart. And he was an ordinary boy who goes sit class, listen and all of that. So then he was constantly ragged by the senior boys because a lot of times teachers picked his name in class to tell how an ideal student had to be. And his name continuously came on the papers and notice board because he had a lot of felicitations because he was a rank student and all of that. He was continuously cornered and pointed out by the senior students in college, and he, for whatever he thought he was a smart boy, he started coming to us initially saying that he did not feel like going to college. He feels he is useless. He feels he cannot study anymore. He failed all of his papers in the first exam. That's the first time in his life he failed all of his papers. And the first thing he told us, I think I should not go to college anymore because I am useless and I cannot do anything in college. That's the first time when he came to us. Then he didn't follow up. He went back from the hostel. He went back to his native place saying that I cannot stay in the hostel. Things are getting very difficult for me. 3 months later, he was again referred to a psychiatric hospital because there was an attempt of killing himself that he did because he felt very useless about himself. And then later he was given adequate help. He shifted his college. We helped him build enough resources to handle whatever feelings he had, and then doing really, really well. He did really well in college and has a good job now. Case scenario 1. Case scenario 2 is of a 22-year-old girl. Until her bachelor's, she was staying in her hometown with her parents and studying. From her PUC, how many of you have come together from your place with friends? Few are there? Together with friends, everywhere we go, same college, same class, same course, batch type. Here and there too. You all are there. Okay. So this girl also, until the degree, she was with one of these friends. And then PG, what happened is they are from a very, very conservative family in Kerala. So just because her friend agreed to come to the hostel, both of these girls moved to a college here in the city with the friend. So they are in the same class, same room, everything same. Okay. Then what happened is this friend of hers was ragged by the seniors. She wasn't. The friend of hers was ragged by the seniors. And the friend's parents took a decision that she is discontinuing, the friend is discontinuing studies, and they took her back. Now this was very, very difficult for this girl because she never knows her life. First of all of these years she was cared and cornered by her family, and now that only friend was a big support system for her. And the minute this friend came out, she didn't know how to function. She started having sleeplessness, things started getting very difficult for her marks started coming down, she started declining in her studies, and things went really bad that she had made a decision to stop her PG, not the UG, stop her PG and go back. See, the first instance, the boy was a direct victim of ragging and all of those consequences. In the second instance, the girl was not a victim of ragging at all, but she got so scared to go to college. She kept telling that, if I go, they'll do that to me also. And see, now because of that, I don't have a friend. And it was so scary. Anytime thinking about college was so scary for her that she stopped going to college at all. Now, both of these are two different instances. Next slide, please. Both of these are two different instances, but these have had long-term consequences of how these people started thinking about themselves, the world, the people around, and their life. It was big lifetime change for both of these people. Why are many of us okay with ragging, or why are many of us scared to talk or tell that, that somebody is ragging us or we are being ragged, etc., etc. First one is a newcomer status. We have just come in. We are just getting used to things around and people around. We don't know whether it is okay to tell. We don't know, this one of these girls told me, I did not want to get noted, ma'am. That is why I kept quiet. I just come in, I did not want to get noted. So the first reason predominant is newcomer status. Second is power imbalance. Seniors are definitely, a little more influential than what we are. We have just come in, we are not from this place. So the power imbalance. A lot of socialization pressure. Many a times it is told to us is ragging is a form of ice breaking between the juniors and seniors. Yeah, that's what is told. It is common, happens everywhere. It is because of ragging that you break the ice and you get to know each other. So that kind of a socialization pressure is there. Lack of awareness. Many of us don't know what ragging is, what to do. At least now, current all of you, because of the kind of exposure we all have, we have much more knowledge about what ragging is, where we need to go, etc., etc. Fear of retaliation. What will happen to me if I fight back? Will I be able to continue my studies if I raise an issue? Will I be always cornered and targeted by others if I speak about what's happening? A lot of group pressure. All my friends are being okay about it. Why should I raise an issue? And if I raise an issue, probably they'll not be friends with me anymore. So whatever my friends do, I will do that only. Yes or no? Many of us do this, not only in terms of ragging, but for a lot of other things also. Next slide, please. Desire for group acceptance. Same thing, everybody in the group, Kannadadalli helteve, gumpinalli govinda anta. Everybody in the group is doing. Why should I kind of be away from it? Lack of support systems. When I say lack of support systems, we are really unsure about where to reach out to. Can I go talk to my class supervisor about it? Can I go tell the dean about it? So we do not know what are the support systems available for us in case we are going through something like this. Then there is a lot of fear. Next slide, please. A lot of fear considering all of the factors mentioned above. This is something very important that I wanted to discuss with all of you. See, ragging is just considered this happens, that happens. But I also want you all to understand how your brain and body responds to ragging. What happens internally? Does your body respond to ragging? Yes or no? Yes, sir? Yes or no? How many of you feel yes? Raise your hands. How many of you feel no? Raise your hands. If I tell you there can be possible long-term changes in your brain and body if you are continually exposed to negative events, how many will agree with me? Yes? Okay. So there is high possibility that the way your brain and body responds to situations around you can change if you are continuously exposed to ragging or any other continuous traumatic events is something that we all have to remember. What are the possibilities that can happen? One, stress response. Whenever we are stressed, what happens when we are stressed physically? You start sweating a lot. Some of you start feeling very hungry. Some of you don't feel hungry at all. Some of us want to keep using the washroom continuously. All of these are stress responses basically happening because of two hormones called adrenaline and cortisol. So basically what happens is this adrenaline rush and this cortisol rush can contribute to physiological dysregulation in your body. Two, altered brain chemistry. How many of you have heard of neurotransmitters called serotonin and dopamine? Heard? These are very closely associated to our moods. Serotonin is a mood stabilizer. So serotonin is closely associated with depression. Dopamine is, what is dopamine called as? No, okay. So dopamine is also associated with our moods. So if there is a variation, they say that when serotonin levels are not very balanced, we are likely to get depression. When dopamine, there are variations in the levels of dopamine, we are, likely to have mental imbalances. So, if we are continuously exposed to stress, there are high chances that there are altered brain chemistry. Social isolation and brain changes. Many times what happens is, when we are not comfortable in what is happening with the group, then we start keeping ourselves away. I do not want to go to college. I do not want to meet friends. I do not want to make friends. I am very scared to enter the class. All of these can have long-term, I'll explain it to you like, I'll come back to this in a faulty coping mechanisms and the brain. Many times what happens is, to manage the stress, okay, to manage the stress, what many of us do is have a faulty coping mechanism. How many of you go on browsing on Insta or use social media when you are very stressed? Many of you. And why do you do that? When you do that, you feel good? Yes or no? Yes. Many times we think that we will do it for 10 minutes, but it goes on for hours and hours and hours, because that reality is much more calmer than the outer reality. Yes? Faulty coping mechanisms. Second option is drinking, smoking and options like that. So many times what happens is, many of us tend to opt for faulty coping mechanisms to handle stressors that we have, and that can have an impact on our brain, because any of this substance use can cause long-term consequences. These are things which you already know and I do not want to address again. The survival functioning of the brain. Okay? Now imagine all of you are sitting here and listening to my class. I am taking class. Instruction given to you all is 1 hour Shweta is going to talk, you have to listen. Okay? Now suddenly from there one tiger pounces. What will be the first thought that all of you all will have? Listen to what Shweta is sitting and crying over the mic, or run and escape for life? Which one? Yeah? Run and escape for life. This is what all of us will do. That time, will you sit and listen to whatever I am telling? Stress will happen, that will happen. Any of this will happen? No. Your only mode is survival mode. So, what will happen is, whenever your body is continuously feeling threatened, your attention, your concentration, your memory, your interest, all of this will go down, basically because your brain will switch to the survival mode. When I say that your brain will switch for the survival mode, the only purpose is to push these days. Whole day you're thinking, I should not come in terms with any senior. This one day should get over. One day should get over. So that's a survival mode, because you're in a very threatened. And when in a threatened situation, your limbic system your amygdala gets activated. So your only purpose is to survive, not to learn. Imagine, after this class they tell you, you'll have to write a major entrance. Will you be able to focus and listen to my class? No, exactly. That time, what will happen is, all of your higher mental abilities, thinking, reasoning, judgment, whatever you call higher mental abilities, will shut down. Your brain is focused only on surviving. So, even continuously with this ragging happening, you are feeling threatened, you will not be able to optimally function, basically because your brain is switching to the survival mode. All of these are scientific facts which will happen to our brain if we continuously let ourselves go through any threatening experience, ragging being one of the possibilities in college life. Next slide please. Okay. What happens? Mental health concerns and ragging. What happens if ragging has a consequence? What are the mental health concerns that we are likely to face? One is anxiety, depression. As I already told you, there can be changes in neurochemical levels because of ragging. So anxiety and depression are the most highest possibilities because of ragging. I have definitely seen a lot of kids either being ragged or out of fear of ragging, have been going through panic attacks, have had depressive episodes, thinking about going to college, low self-esteem and self-worth. You'll really start thinking a lot about yourselves. How you think and feel about yourselves. Okay, related to this, I'll tell you an example how this plays a very important role is, they did a study, okay, they did a study of class 12th, those who have written the exams. You all have just finished now, okay, and the reports of the study said that most of us are actually not worried about our marks. Okay, majority of the students are not worried about the marks. But what are we worried about? Tell me. We are not worried about the marks. What are we worried about? Huh? What are we worried about? We are worried about what others think about my marks. Correct? This is a study. The study revealed that majority of the students are not worried. They are worried about the social perception about their marks. And they evaluate themselves based on that social perception. Agreed or not? See. So, here also what I am trying to tell you all is why it will lead to low self-esteem and self-worth is we start evaluating ourselves based on what others think about us. They told me to sing. I was so, stupid. I didn't even do it well. Now they might be thinking I am such a useless fool. No, otherwise also I am a fool only. Was I not able to sing that song? Was it so difficult for me? Yeah. So, low self-esteem and self-worth. Changes in social functioning. Changes in social functioning. You start feeling so low about yourselves, not confident, and also very scared of people around you that you don't want to make new friends. You do not want to engage yourselves with the community here in your college. You start over-socializing, going on for online socializing or things like that, or absolutely cutting yourselves from any form of socialization. Faulty coping mechanisms we have already discussed, drinking, smoking, behavioral addictions like spending a lot of time on the phone, suicidal ideation in extreme cases. Suicidal ideation is also a possibility. Trust and relationship issues. We start having trust and relationship issues because something bad has happened to us because of someone. Let me give you this one example of a girl whom I saw. She had a very bad, the client came to me basically for marital distress. They got married and things did not work between her and her husband. That's why they reached us. And this entire marital problem rooted in her college days, where when she was going to college, some boy in college had made fun of her. And that boy resembled this man who she is married to, and every time it keeps, that trigger is there in her brain and she's just not able to get along. Okay, so sometimes relationship and trust issues do happen because of experiences that we have had. Academic and career impact, both of the examples that I told you, they both have had issues with their academics, failed miserably in their academics, were unsure. Many of them, I have seen 2 or 3 cases where they have changed courses, changed colleges just because of the threat of ragging. Shame and stigma. I do not like to tell anybody that I was ragged, I was pinpointed, I was made fun of, and there's a lot of stigma around it. Delayed trauma. See, sometimes what happens is, immediately ragging might not have an impact on you, but at a later point of time, ragging has an impact. Like this example that I told you of this married lady, that ragging event has had a later impact on however she thinks and reasons about men in her life. Next slide. So what do we do? Definitely, every college, every management, the UGC, the university, all of them have their own guidelines for anti-ragging. Rules are there, regulations are there, policies are there. But along with that, there is some kind of care that we need to take of ourselves. We need to have some kind of care about ourselves to maintain our psychological health. So what is that? First one is seek support. Always see to it that you take support from somebody who can be reliable. So you will have to talk to either a professional or a mentor. Now why this becomes, or a very, very trusted friend. Why this becomes very important is, I'll tell you an example of one of these girls. she went and told another friend of hers that, I get very scared to go to class and when the seniors pass by. So this friend told her, you're so silly, man. I feel like laughing at you when you tell this. And that was such a negative. She felt so bad that, she felt, okay, so I am only wrong. My feeling is not valid because my friend is also telling me that's a useless feeling that you have. Okay, so when you talk to someone, see to it that it's a most trusted friend, a mentor or a professional, and this talking should help you. This talking is not to further worsen situations. Next slide please. And help helps. Professional help really helps. Next slide please. Self-care. How many of you have a self-care routine? How many of you have a self-care routine? Ilva? Self-care routine? Two hands are there. There, see, 1, 2, 3. No self-care routine? Girls, you all don't have skin care routine, hair care, that is there. Self-care is not there. Skin care, hair care, all that we have, ma'am, no self-care. Okay, see, ideally all of us have to have a self-care routine, and that self-care routine helps us manage all of the everyday happenings of our life. See, it is not like this. Like for example, recently it has so happened that there was something stressful happening around, and my mother kept telling me that you get angry very easily these days. You get angry very easily these days. And then she told me, you go for yoga class. The minute you go for yoga class, everything will be proper. Then I am like, Mummy, if I go for yoga class today, tomorrow my anger will not go. She's like, no, go for yoga class. But what I'm trying to tell you all is, it's not like that. You should have a system in place. See, any self-care system that you practice, it should consistently be there, and once it is consistently there, whenever you have a stressful situation, the self-care system will help you. So what are these? Are simple things: sleeping on time, exercise, having a good circle of friends, eating healthy food, some kind of a relaxation technique that all of you practice. It can be anything. So when you have a regulation system in place, automatically when you are stressed, then the regulation system will help you. But if you are already dysregulated and there is another dysregulation in the form of stress which comes in, what is going to help us? Nothing will help us at all. Next slide please. Understand and learn about ragging. Understand what can be called ragging, what are the rules available, how can we approach and where can we approach for ragging. There was a very, very threatening statistics I read that in the year 2011, the UGC helpline received around 15 lakh calls against ragging, 2011. That's quite a dangerous statistics. So understand what are the resources available, who can be approached, what can be called ragging, what are the anti-ragging laws, what are the regulations, what are the rules of your university, whom to approach, and how to keep yourself safe in the whole process. Next slide please. Build a support system. Always have a support system of people who are going through similar affairs or similar issues. Participate with them and see to it that there is a sense of belongingness. See, next slide please. Whenever you feel that you are alone in the battle, then it is difficult. But if you have a support system, it always helps you fight battles better. Always establish personal boundaries. Clearly tell what is okay, what is not okay. What am I? Till where you can push into my boundaries, what is not okay to be. Next one, practice self-compassion. This is something very, very important. If you are someone who has gone through ragging, it is nothing about you. It is always about the other person. Please remember this. If they have ragged you, that doesn't mean you are useless, you are stupid, you are foolish. No. It is about the other person who is ragging. So always be compassionate about yourselves. If you don't take care of yourselves, trust me, nobody else is going to take care of you. So practice a lot of self-care. Don't be harsh on yourselves. So if you are self-compassionate, only then you can help yourselves get better. Always when there is a ragging issue, I think this when they discuss about ragging laws, they will definitely discuss with you. Always report and seek help. Next slide please. Your strength lies not in what you have endured, but in how you choose to rise about it. You are not defined by the actions of others, but what you basically do to step out and stand for yourselves. That's something which is very important. That is how much I have to tell you when you are in your first year. Now when you go to your second year, there is a concept, now we are seniors, we are 1 year older, we have gone through this, so now it is our turn. We shall also try and exercise our powers. Yes or no? Yeah, now you all have to tell no because 13 of them are sitting here in front. Okay, let's keep it at no. Psychology beautifully explains, and I strongly believe that none of us are born good or bad. All of us are just products of a million experiences that we have had in our life. Is there any child here who wants to be a bad child? Anybody is there? Illa? Anybody who wants to get suspended? There? No. Then tell loudly, man, out of a lot of confidence. Anybody who wants to fail in examinations? Very good. Anybody who wants to be noted, marked by the principal or the dean and parents to be called? Anybody who has to be kind of not allowed to write the examinations? No. Yes, sir. That way, yes, okay, fine, okay. Or anybody who wants to cheat in examinations? No. So, all of us are basically good. Okay. Whatever we are is the product of a million experiences that we have had. How many of you are scared of dogs? Very scared of dogs? Snakes? Okay, these are all okay. Cockroach. Why are you scared of a cockroach? Did the cockroach bite you? No. Did the cockroach harm you in any way? Then why are you scared? You don't know, isn't it? So, I am scared of dogs because when I was a small child, one dog bit me. I had to take 14 injections. And everybody laughed at me for a long time in school. So I am scared of dogs even now. Okay, so that's where that experience has led to my fears. So, when I am looking at the other side of the coin, people who rag also do it not because they want to rag, probably there is a psychological element to that too. Yes? Case history 1. Now this case history is of a boy who was, a very, ordinary didn't have any great friends or something like that. Slowly then he realized that his father's friend's son was also studying in the same college, and this father's friend's son, we call him B. This B was a little popular in college in terms of, ragging and, making fun of others and all of that. So once what happened, when this B and B's father came to this A's house, they got to know that, they are very best friends and all of that. So then what happened, A and B started going together. A and B are going together in the bike, going for lunch together and all. Slowly A started observing that because of B, I am also getting some unexpected respect in college now, which I never got earlier. Okay? And it feels good. Whenever I am going with him, people are scared of me, people are respecting me, and somebody else is paying my bills in the canteen. It's a nice feeling. So this guy also started doing it. He started doing it not because he was like that, but a kind of a social learning where he got a lot of popularity because of this other friend there. Okay, so what I'm basically trying to tell you is we'll look at the reasons and come back. This is case history 1. Another case vignette is of a girl. Now this girl, she has 4 elder brothers and she is the youngest in the family. So all major decisions are taken by the family. Nowhere, she is allowed to take decisions. She's taken care of a lot and all of that. Then she goes to college. Now once she goes to college, there was an instance wherein she and another girl had a fight. The fight was about parking the two-wheeler. So they had a fight and this girl kind of had a better hand in the fight, and then that feeling of power made her feel very good because she has never had it in life. All these times her 4 elder brothers were the people who enjoyed all the power and privileges. Suddenly she is, like that. And then suddenly she started being very arrogant with people, just kind of, rubbing her shoulder off and not talking to anybody properly and all of this. And she felt actually good about it. And when I spoke to her, she said, "Madam, probably this is the first time I enjoyed being important." So for her, this whole ragging and treating people with disrespect was because she was feeling that sense of power. See, when I do that, I am feeling good about it, and this is the only place that she is feeling good about it and not anywhere else. Why I am telling you both of these instances is, see, many a times when you are doing something which you probably later feel is not okay, or somebody has pointed out and told you, see, this was not expected out of you, you shouldn't have done this, please sit back and reflect and think, why probably did I do that? And that really makes a difference. Next slide, please. Many a times, this is all, based on a few research studies and understanding why do people actually rag. Some of the reasons found were desire of power and control, peer pressure. All of my friends do it. So if I don't do it, I am not their friend. Lack of empathy. I don't think, what is empathy? Thinking, feeling how the other person feels. So there is lack of empathy. Bystander effect. The others are doing, so I am doing it with them. Need for belonging to the group which is doing it. Lack of awareness in terms of how much harm it can cause to another person. It is a kind of coping mechanism. Sometimes you get very angry, so angry that you go hit the door once. Then you feel, such a sense of release that energy is gone off. Yes or no? Yes or no? So here also it is a kind of a coping mechanism. That energy that they are channelizing there is a coping mechanism of their own stress, their own anger. Okay. Social influences. This I should tell you. See, I had this one client who used to be very rough and arrogant, and he used to do it following a Kannada film actor. Okay, so he said, I am his follower, so whatever he does, I will do the same. So he is carrying that, that's a social influence. I am doing what another person does. Social influence. Rewards and reinforcements. Imagine you do something, you hit 2 people and come back, another 10 people praise you. Come on, very good. Sachi, we never knew that you were very strong. Then what you will do? You will stop hitting or you will hit more? What you will do? What will you do? What will you do? Okay, simpler example. You go to the gym, you lift a 30 kg weight, your friend says, superb man, 30 kg, tomorrow you will do 20 or 40. 40, isn't it? So, whatever you are praised for will get rewarded. So, when you also show some kind of strength and vigor, somebody say, good, yeah, very good you did it. That girl otherwise also deserved it. Then you feel very good about it. Next day you will go on to do it more. Helping yourselves. Now this is in the later years to come when you have realized that, okay, I am unnecessary pushing my boundaries against people, hurting people, harming people, or even triggering or making things very overwhelming for another person. What is it that I am supposed to be doing? First one is, I told you, see, none of us are good or bad. So the first thing is accept it. As long as you don't accept it, we can never work. See, me as a psychologist can never drive any gyan. When does a psychologist help? When you yourselves tell me that, yes ma'am, this is a kind of feeling I have. Whenever I see a junior, I feel like going and hitting and beating her. I know it is wrong, but I genuinely feel that. When you come and sit in front of me, acknowledge and accept that, then we know the road ahead. So the first thing to always do is to acknowledge and accept responsibility that these are my thoughts and feelings. And it is okay to have that thoughts and feelings. What is most important is you are working on them. Second, reflect on motivations. What is making you think or feel so? What makes you very angry on that one particular person? What makes you very angry on that group of people? Or what makes you feel that now you should do something against them? Empathize with victims. Look back and ask yourselves what I would have done if I was in their place. This self-reflection question has helped a lot of times in our counseling sessions also. I ask many of my clients when they come and sit that if your friend came and told you this, what would you tell them? And what makes it difficult for you to tell that to yourselves? Okay, so always empathize with victims and ask yourselves what you would do in their place. Seek professional help. If you are having feelings, negative feelings like this, you are not able to help yourselves, there are always professionals who will help you. Trust me, all of these professionals will be very non-judgmental. They will not tell, oh, you are a bad person. You are, somebody who's been charged or booked of ragging and you are brought for counseling. So you are in that bad framework. No. We as mental health professionals are trained to accept all of our clients the way they are. So they will never be judgmental about you. Educate yourselves about where ragging can take you. Have you heard of that very popular ragging case in Orissa where medical students were banned of taking up medical education at all because they ragged and the student died? Okay, so sometimes even if you are a perpetuator, you can have long-term consequences in your life, limiting a lot of your capacities. Practice self-reflection and growth. Always, this is not only in terms of if you are an offender, otherwise also, self-reflection is something which will help you a lot. Always think and reflect on, any event that has happened. Probably, you are generally not a person who shouts at people or gets angry. Today, that has happened. Maybe sitting and thinking, why probably this has happened? Why did I actually get angry? Which word of that person upset me? Why did I do that? Self-reflections always help. Build a support group of people. Have a support system which is reinforcing your best. Not a support system which is reinforcing, oh, you come, we'll go together and beat another 5 people. Come, we'll go break the lock in the hostel. No. Have a support system which will positively encourage you, because you become whatever you feed your brain, and whatever consistent efforts that you put on yourselves, that will definitely yield results. A lot of people come and tell me that they watch these small reels that come on Facebook and Insta about tomorrow you can become a mastermind, tomorrow you can become a professional. How many of you have seen and decided, okay, from tomorrow I am going to do this? From tomorrow get up at 5 o'clock, from tomorrow in the next 21 days lose 35 kg of your weight. Ilva? Yes, all of us have done this, no? But how many of us are actually successful at getting there? We don't. Why? Because we don't stick to it and we don't commit to it. We are, looking at the end result only. Baby steps to getting there, we don't recognize at all. So what I request all of you all is, see, all of us have behaviors, all of us have patterns which we have learned over time. And unlearning is a process. Unlearning doesn't happen over time. So the first step in unlearning is to appreciate and acknowledge that this is something that I need to change, and appreciate yourselves for every baby step that you are taking towards unlearning. It can be anything. It can be about being rude to someone. It can be about not taking care of the not taking care of the needs of your roommate and only being extremely self-centered. It could be anything. Remember, unlearning is a process. It takes time. Commit to it and appreciate every baby step that you take towards it. Next slide, please. I won't read it. This you can read it for yourselves. With this, I end the presentation. If you all have any doubts, you all can ask me. Need not be definitely only ragging. If there's anything related to psychology, mental health, you can ask me. If I am able to answer, I will. Otherwise, there are psychology people who are there to help you all. Otherwise also. Any questions? At least 3 questions you should ask me. Otherwise, I'll go back dissatisfied, no? Anything? Nothing? We can wind up? Yes. Thank you so much for that patient hearing. You've been an amazing crowd. Once again, congratulations and best wishes for all the pursuits that you take up at Yenepoya in the next years to come. Wishing you all that you have the best in your life in the campus here, and tune out to be the best of the professionals, and probably at least with a few of you all I get a chance to work in future. Thank you.
I would request Leba ma'am to please come and give the certificate to ma'am.